Good morning and welcome to Round the Globe on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Thousands of Israeli reservists report for duty ahead of Gaza City offensive. U.S. military kills 11 people in strike on alleged drug boat from Venezuela. Burkina Faso parliament passes law outlawing homosexual activities. UK affirms collaboration with Nigeria against cyber threats. I am Aneke. Now the news in details. Thousands of reservists have begun reporting for duty as the Israeli military presses ahead with its offensive to conquer Gaza City. Ground forces are already pushing into the outskirts of Gaza's largest urban area, which the military has said is a stronghold of Hamas. The city is also coming under heavy Israeli aerial and artillery bombardment, which local hospitals saying that more than 50 Palestinians have been killed there since midnight. The military has ordered residents to evacuate and head south immediately. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump says the U.S. has carried out a strike against a drug-carrying vessel in the southern Caribbean, killing 11 narco-terrorists. He posted on social media that U.S. military operation had targeted members of the Venezuelan gang Tien de Aragua. Mr. Trump said the vessel was in international waters and was transporting illegal narcotics bound for the U.S. The Trump administration has ratcheted up military and political pressure against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in recent weeks, including through a $50 million reward for information leading to his arrest on drug trafficking charges. Now we move to news from Africa. Burkina Faso's unelected transitional parliament has passed a bill banning homosexual acts, a little over a year after a draft of an amended family code that criminalized homosexuality was adopted by the country's cabinet. The new measure unanimously voted through imposes punishments of up to 5 years in jail and has become part of a broader crackdown on same-sex relationships across the continent. Justice Minister Edaso Rodrigue Bayela announced on state-run media that the law provides for a prison sentence of between 2 and 5 years, as well as fines. He added that foreign nationals caught breaking the law would also be deported. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, let's take a quick look at major developments in the news. Thousands of Israeli reservists report for duty ahead of Gaza City offensive. U.S. military kills 11 people in strike on alleged drug boat from Venezuela. Burkina Faso parliament passes law outlawing homosexual acts. And coming up shortly, UK affirms collaboration with Nigeria against cyber threats. The news returns after this timeout.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water, and sometimes when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language.
You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. We'll now bring you stories from Nigeria. The United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening cooperation with Nigeria in tackling the growing threat of cybercrime and digital insecurity, pledging technical support and intelligence sharing under an ongoing security partnership. Speaking at the inaugural seminar on anticipatory cyber and digital diplomacy for strengthening Nigeria's foreign policy in Abuja, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, said the UK was very pleased to be one of the sponsors of the event, noting that both countries had already recorded shared successes in tackling cyber fraud and crime. Mr. Montgomery said that the UK-Nigeria partnership formalized under a Memorandum of Understanding on Cybersecurity signed last year covers 5 key areas: threat hunting, cyber threat intelligence capability, identification of critical national infrastructure, digital forensics, and national incident response planning. While stressing that Nigeria would shape its own foreign decisions in cyberspace, Mr. Montgomery said the UK was ready to share lessons from its foreign office and from partnerships with research institutions, private sector players, and universities to help Nigeria build a resilient digital ecosystem. Now we move to security. Vice President Kashim Shettima yesterday reaffirmed President Bola Tinubu's unwavering commitment to the peace, security and stability of the Gulf of Guinea, with particular emphasis on ongoing reforms in the Gulf of Guinea Commission, CGC. Speaking while receiving the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Jose Mba Abeso, and his delegation at the Presidential Villa Abuja, Senator Shettima stressed Nigeria's dedication to regional cooperation and alignment with the African Union's 2050 Integrated Maritime Strategy. Earlier, the Executive Secretary of the Gulf of Guinea Commission, Mr. Jose Mba Abeso, sought Nigeria's support for the Commission's reform agenda, which includes expanding its membership to all 19 coastal states of the Gulf of Guinea, enhancing regional peace and security, and engaging insurance companies to review high shipping premiums in the area. The CGC chief also praised Nigeria's leadership in establishing the Combined Maritime Task Force and urged President Tinubu to rally other regional leaders to operationalize the force. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu yesterday and his administration will remain resilient and has no fear of the trade policy direction of U.S. President Donald Trump, particularly tariffs targeting Nigerian exports. President Tinubu made the remarks when he received in audience members of the Buhari organization led by former governor of Nasarawa State, Senator Tanko Al-Makura, who paid him a solidarity visit at the presidential villa. The president cited Nigeria's current economic trajectory and growing non-oil revenues as buffers against external shocks. He highlighted Nigeria's strengthened fiscal position, having met its 2025 revenue target as of August, and noted the stabilization in the naira, which has appreciated to around 1,450 naira per dollar from a previous rate of 1,900 naira after he unified the exchange rate upon assuming office in May 2023. President Trump's second term has ushered in sweeping changes to U.S. trade policy, including the imposition of a 10% baseline tariff on nearly all imports, alongside country-specific levies. In the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the recall of Mr. Salihu Abdullahi Dembos, the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, who briefly vacated the post following some management changes in the national television. According to statements by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, Mr. Dembos will now return to complete his 3-year tenure. The President similarly directed the recall of Mr. Ayo Adewoyi, the Executive Director of News, to complete his 3-year tenure, which ends in 2027. Now we move to the education sector. The management of Ajayi Crowther University of Oyo State has called for calm after a fire incident rocked a radio station located on the university's campus. It was earlier reported that the incident occurred last Monday and led to the loss of studio equipment. According to reports, the fire was triggered by an electrical surge from the studio's air conditioning system. The blaze quickly spread through the facility before firefighters arrived to contain it. Confirming the incident, the chairman of the Oyo State Fire Service, Maruf Akinwade, in a statement said firefighters led by PFS 11 Makinde quickly responded to take the call. Still talking education, holiday lesson, also known as summer lessons, can be referred to as an educational opportunity taken during a school holiday, a lesson focused on travel or cultural experiences, or a structured learning program designed for holiday period, such as a learning holiday. Correspondent Chidimai Kemede in this report takes a look at the gains and disadvantages of holiday lesson.
In Nigeria, holiday lessons, also known as summer lessons or summer school, have gradually become part of our education a la mode. What started as a simple way for schools and parents to keep children engaged during the long break has now become a familiar practice across many communities. Instead of leaving children idle for weeks, holiday lessons help them revise, catch up on areas they find difficult, and sometimes even get ahead of the regular school calendar. For many parents, this comes as a relief. Holiday lessons keep their children busy in a meaningful way. They sharpen study habits, build confidence, and help prevent the kind of learning loss that often happens when the break is too long. Some children also return to school feeling better prepared because of the extra learning. But not everyone sees it that way. For some families, holiday lessons take away the much needed time for rest. Children, after a long term of academic stress, barely get a chance to breathe before heading back into the classroom. Instead of playing sports, enjoying hobbies, or spending time with their loved ones, many end up stuck in another round of lessons. It also limits opportunities to travel, to explore new places, or to join holiday camps that will give them valuable life experiences outside of academics. When Aneke TV spoke to some Nigerians about this, the opinions were mixed. Some parents believed the lessons are necessary, while others argue that children should be allowed to balance learning with life outside school.
For me, I think holidays are meant for children to relax, you know, to relax with their brains, relax with their parents, because they've been in school for months, from morning. Because most times you see that even after the normal school lessons, there is this lesson that they normally hold till like 4 5 in the evening. Then the next morning, before 7, some have left their home, the parents have left, all in the name of pursuing education. And now holiday is around, yet these kids will never rest.
I will suggest that if our children are about to experience holiday lesson, they should be able to try a different school, not going to lesson in that same school, because the school that they have been may be making mistakes in trying to give them inculcation based on academic calendar and what they call the syllabus. But when they try another school or another lesson center altogether, they should be able to compare what they are having in their conventional school with their experience in the lesson. But there is also another option aside holiday lessons. Holiday is meant for our children to also try skills acquisition. Skills acquisition could be a better alternative to the holiday lessons.
I'm not a fan of holiday lessons. I want my children to explore other areas after school. When they are done with school, I want to engage them with skills acquisition. I want to engage them with traveling, seeing places. But if they must go for lessons, like I know some people attend extra lessons or lessons after during the holiday, then it shouldn't be so much. Give them time to relax.
Everything in life that has an advantage also has a disadvantage. For a balanced academic calendar, teachers, parents, and school managers need to work together. Learning is important, but so is rest, family time, and social growth. If holiday lessons are planned to be shorter and more engaging, children will have time to relax, travel, and grow in other areas of life. At the end of the day, holiday lessons are not entirely good or bad. What matters is finding the right balance. Our children need to be academically strong, but they also need space to grow socially, emotionally, and physically. That balance is what will prepare them not only for school, but for life itself. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you, Chidimai Kemede, for that report. And you're still watching The Globe Around the World on Aneke TV. Now moving over to the business news. The federal government, through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has told electricity distribution companies to treat state regulators with respect. The vice chairman of NAC, Mr. Musliu Oseni, stated this at the commission's quarterly stakeholders meeting in Lagos. Mr. Oseni urged the discos to strengthen their relationships with state regulators, underscoring the need for open communication, transparency, accountability, and mutual respect. Power distributors had repeatedly countered state regulatory commissions on matters of electricity tariffs, a development that consistently pitched the two groups at opposing ends. Now we move to sports. President of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, Tinubu Kokowa, has insisted that favor of Philly's decision to switch allegiance from Nigeria to Turkey was financially motivated, contrary to the athlete's claims. Okowa, in an interview, explained that both World Athletics and the sprinter had communicated the decision to them. However, he reportedly dismissed Ofeli's explanation that her move was due to repeated negligence by Nigerian sports administrators at the Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Still in sports, Saudi Women's Premier League outfit Al Hilal have announced the signing of Super Falcon star Asisat Oshoala on a 2-year deal. Oshoala joined Al Hilal from the National Women's Soccer League side BFC, ending her stint with the U.S. club after 1.5 years. She was unveiled in a series of posts via the club's social media handles after undergoing medicals in Riyadh. She joined Super Falcons teammates Ashley Plumtree and Francisca Odega in Saudi Arabia. And we move to entertainment. Big Brother Niger Season 7 winner Josephina Otabo, popularly known as Fina, has deactivated her Instagram account days after the death of her younger sister, Ruth Otabo. Her handle was no longer accessible, a move that has sparked concern among fans and celebrities. The family had earlier confirmed Ruth's death in a statement. Ruth was involved in an accident on August 13 when a truck linked to Dangote Group crushed her near Auchi Polytechnic at Edo State. And that's all on Round the Globe on Aneke TV. To end Round the Globe, here are the main points. Thousands of reservists have begun reporting for duty as the Israeli military presses ahead with its offensive to conquer Gaza City. President Donald Trump said the U.S. has carried out a strike against a drug-carrying vessel in the southern Caribbean. We also told you that the United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening cooperation with Nigeria in tackling the growing threat of cybercrime and digital insecurity. And to end the news, for breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703-043-7110. You can send a message across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Amaka Nnechi. Thank you for joining us.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Bishop, Bishop Baji. Pope. You know, better the Kaji, your boss, I did not let Joji.
Again, I should have brought it. Can I be an issue dog? I got about you. Ibegi. Edebotod. Ayi kele pa bena manu wingo wa ga me de ma no bo ju wa ga no che wa ma de de. Ro to de ka gbo wo do. Wa ga we de wingo no mo wa sho wa ga. Na manu wingo to de ke wa gbo wa mo sho da wa. Aya kwa mo. Na manu wingo amu kwa du di mi no di kwe yibo do. Obe ba aya kwa mo. Na manu amu kwa du di mi wa sho wa.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, O40. Thank you for joining us today once again. You're watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Your favorite person, brightening your day always, every morning. I'm Deborah Nwakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in traffic, or in the office, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Wednesday morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. As usual, we're giving you a full package of news, weather, trending stories, and that exciting sunrise vibe to help you begin the day.
So, relax, sip your tea or coffee, enjoy the ride because the sunrise has begun.
And firstly, we would start off with our quote of the day with words that can be educative, encouraging, and worth drawing insight from in order to know or to remain focused and well-driven.
And right after that, we will give you today's stories from our newspaper headlines. All the key updates you need will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and we've also got your weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast, which will help you get well prepared for the day before stepping out.
And later, we will take you through today's celebration to lift your spirits.
Now, coming to our quote of the day. Today, it is coming from Plato, a well-renowned Greek philosopher, a mathematician and writer, and in fact, he's best known for his philosophical ideas. And in his quote, he says, "The price of apathy towards public affairs is to be ruled by evil men." I repeat, the price of apathy towards public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. And it is talking about the importance of civil engagement and awareness. And this simply means if people don't care about what's happening in their community, their government, or the world around them, if they stay silent, ignore injustice, or refuse to participate, then they leave room for the wrong kind of leaders to take charge. Probably evil, corrupt leaders or selfish individuals, they step into that space and end up making decisions that would affect everyone's life. So please always remember that each new sunrise is an opportunity for us to grow, to try something new or different, learn, or simply be more present. And please let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on Facebook, X, Instagram, or right here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. We'll be going on a short break, and when we return, we'll give you the weather update. Please stay tuned.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Aneke TV. Stay tuned as we take a look at today's weather reports across major cities in the southeast.
Yes, and in Oka, the morning begins under a blanket of clouds with mild temperatures near 22 degrees Celsius by late morning. Showers roll in and stretch into the afternoon as temperatures climb toward 26 degrees Celsius. And the sky stays mostly cloudy into the evening with temperatures gently easing into the 20 degrees Celsius.
In Enugu, the early hours marked by showers with temperatures starting at 24 degrees Celsius. As late morning approaches, the cloud linger while temperature rises to around 28 to 29 degrees Celsius by noon. The afternoon brings more rain before the skies remain mostly cloudy into the evening, with temperatures dropping into the mid-20 degrees Celsius.
Yes, and over to Abakaliki. Abakaliki greets the day with cloudy skies and cool temperatures near 22 degrees Celsius. Rain showers begin by mid-morning, and by noon the temperature rises to around 28 degrees Celsius with intermittent sunshine breaking through between showers.
Owerri begins with a calm, cloudy morning around 22 degrees Celsius before showers arrive and push temperatures to 28 to 29 degrees Celsius by midday. The afternoon heats up with more rain and even thunderstorms. These showers continue into early evening before skies remain mostly cloudy with temperatures settling into the mid-20s degrees Celsius.
And lastly, in Umuahia, the morning stays mostly cloudy with temperatures starting near 22 degrees Celsius. Rain moves in by mid-morning, and by noon, the mercury reaches around 28 degrees Celsius. And the afternoon brings scattered clouds and thunderstorms with highs near 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, while the evening remains overcast with temperatures dipping into the mid-20 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, keep your umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. This is your weather report today on Aneke TV. We'll be right back with more updates.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. So today, let's take a look at what's making front page news today in The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspapers. Now over to The Nation headlines. Tinubu, we have met 2025 revenue target, gain stability. And the Punch headlines, Wike's calm demands ignite fresh PDP feud. And over to the Vanguard headlines, we have National Convention, PDP draws battle line with Wike's camp. Lastly, at the Guardian headlines, we have Tinubu Palace CPC groups, says revenue targets met and data gaps. Now, going back to the Nation headlines, we said Tinubu, we have met 2025 revenue target, gain stability. And President Tinubu has announced that Nigeria has already achieved its projected 2025 revenue target ahead of schedule. He emphasized that his achievement shows signs of economic stability and progress. And then this shows that the government's effort in revenue generation, it shows the government's efforts in revenue generation, yes. Like we know that there are headlines, we have that the economic is rising, stability and everything, yes. And then, but if the revenue targets are met, okay, like not only saying the economy is growing, that their reforms are growing well and everything, but if it's met, if they've met this 2025 revenue, why is there no change like in cost of living?
Okay.
Because seeing the government, or Tinubu himself said that according to the Nation paper that he said that the 2025 revenue target has been met, but yet you can see there are still difficulties in buying things, there are still difficulties in transportation.
The impact is not
yes,
being felt.
the impact. And then how long do you think this stability is going to last?
Anyway, talking to stability is another thing, right? All we've heard is that the economy is stabilizing. And then the president coming forward this time around to tell us that they've made their revenue target. Now, in fact, it was when he was hosting the CPC group, the political affiliation or the political party established or formed by our late President Muhammadu Buhari, that he told the convo that as of today, he can stand before them to brag that Nigeria is not borrowing.
Okay.
by telling us that they have met their revenue target. Now, when you look into it, according to him, this revenue target they've met is funds being generated away, or what we say the non-oil revenue. So this revenue is not from the normal crude or the oil sector. This time around, it now comes from the IGR, internally generated revenue. And that brings to mind the issue of taxation. While the president is talking to having met their revenue target and that they are not borrowing, now one begins to ask question. Being that this is a government that as of June got approval, sought for approval and got approval from the National Assembly to approve an external loan of 21.5 billion and equally a domestic bond issuance of 758 billion from the National Assembly. That's as of June, as close as June. Now coming out today to tell us that this government is not borrowing. Why recently we heard about the federal executive intention to borrow in order to facilitate the building of bus terminal across the 36 states of the federation. Now the president yesterday is telling us that they've made their revenue target. And for me, I see a little bit of contradiction here. However, as the trend portends, you know, there's always been this quest or this government way of always coming to clarify whatever the president says, giving such notion that I wouldn't call it a Freudian slip, but whatever the president says, it always needs clarification. However, my emphasis or my look at this is not even on the inconsistency of letting us know that you've met your revenue target and that you're no longer borrowing when these are not compatible with the available truths and data. What I will look at or what I will ask is, now that you've met your revenue target, what is the plan on utilizing this revenue that you've so generated? Where are you plunging it in? Are they going to fund the critical components of the budget? Talk about the infrastructure aspects of the budget, which we are well aware that is underfunded. In fact, recently, you will remember that we had the Minister of Health telling us that he lacks the fund to fund the critical component in the health sector. So that begins to tell you that there is need for proper utilization of this generated revenue. We shouldn't hear that government is planning to build a dance hall or youth creative lounge somewhere. No. They should see to it, since you say that you've met your revenue target, let this be plugged into capital investments, development of capital infrastructures. Let it not be used for jamboree. Let's not hear that it's being used to fund the presidency's this trip or that somewhere. No. As a matter of fact, let it be seen to be utilized judiciously. Now that begins to leave me to ask this question. Now that you've made this revenue target, and you are telling us that the economy is stabilizing, what is the impact on the citizens?
Yes, exactly. That was my question. Like,
what is the impact?
How are we even supposed to know?
Yes.
Like, apart from you telling us that it's been met, how are we?
What we hear is that the economy is stabilized. Am I feeling the impact? No. The price of rice in the market has not changed. I think this is what matters to the common man. The common man on the street, like myself, wants to feed first.
Yes.
What is the price of beans in the market? These are the issues. Recently, we're hearing an increase in the price of CNG. CNG are increasing their prices as well
Okay.
because government is removing subsidy from that. So does that point to a stabilized economy? Does it speak to the stabilization that we'll talk about?
No.
The impression that will give that all is stable. Be that as it may, do I need to say that the country is overtaxed? Given to this early realization or generation of meeting their revenue targets, if we are overtaxed, at the end of the day, what is in it for us? Given my earlier call for this revenue to be judiciously put to good use.
Yes, to be managed properly.
Yes, because at the end of the day, let it not be rhetorics. Let the common man like me feel the impact. Don't tell me in the pages of newspaper. Don't tell me in television that the economy is stabilized. I want to feel it on the streets.
Yes, like
I want to feel
like
it when
said,
I go to,
speaks louder
yes,
than
when I
words.
step into Mama Nkechi's buka. Let it reflect that the price of food has come down.
Yes.
Instead of the single piece of meat I'm used to, let Mama Nkechi give me 2 pieces of meat, telling me, yes, that the price of commodities in the market has come down. And as a result of that, I'm now entitled to 2 pieces of meat. Let the common man on the street feel the impact when they walk into the hospital that the price of common malaria drug, OTC drugs, that their prices are coming down. These are what matters. This is what we want to hear. This is what we want to see. Let us hear that the infrastructure, the road networks are being maintained and rehabilitated. As I speak to you, you may not be able to drive comfortably from Enugu State through Benue, through Kogi to Abuja. You'll be stuck for hours due to a bad road. Let's see that those roads are maintained. Now that we've met these revenue targets, can something be done on the unbalanced distribution of energy? Can the government do something about that? The band A, yes, they have lights close to 23 hours thanks to that stability. But is it affordable? Can the common man on the streets afford it? These are the issues. Recently, we had Independent Petroleum Market Association come to say that the market is dwindling. What are we doing? Because those are the telltale signs that is not yet Uhuru. I would not end by not commending the president efforts. No, I commend them. But my stand is that the sole generated revenue, now that we were celebrating early revenue, meeting revenue targets, let us equally celebrate early meeting of targets in the area of infrastructure.
Okay.
Yes. What is in it for the students who will be returning back to school recently? Those are the issues.
Yes, those are the main issues.
So, as far as I'm concerned, when you ask, what is the impact of this stabilization? I'm sorry to say that I, for one,
don't see an impact.
have not really felt it the way I feel I'm ought to.
Okay.
But to some people, they may feel that I am entitled to my opinion. Yes, there will always be different opinions to these issues. But for me, this where I stand on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Like it's rightly said, like let there be impact in towards being meeting, being towards the targets being met.
Yes.
And speaking of targets, yes, in the Guardian headlines, it says Tinubu Palace CPC groups says revenue target has been met and data gaps.
Yes.
So there's say Tinubu held talks with Congress for Progressive Change, CPC groups, assuring them that revenue targets have been met. However, he admitted there are still data gaps. And in as much as the meeting target is commendable, but transparency and accurate data are crucial without clear data. And because we really need to have a clear data on this
issues.
This issue.
Yes, that's very, very important. And then, speaking to the CPC group meeting with the president, you know, it has to be pointed out. You know, CPC is a very important platform, the CPC arm. Remembering that it's the CPC that went into the merger that brought in the APC into power. CPC, being the party that was formed by our late president, Muhammadu Buhari, was that arm from the northern axis that propelled APC into the position they now occupy. And for quite some time, we've heard stories of lack of cordiality or division among members of the CPC group when it regards to this present administration. In fact, as a matter of fact, we are aware that a part of the group is anti-Tinubu administration. For good reasons or bad reasons, is up to them. But as of today, we can categorically tell you that CPC is no longer what it used to be, that there is a division in CPC. However, this group, led by former governor of Nasarawa State, Alhaji Al-Bakura, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has gone to pledge their loyalty to the presidency, to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, for me, what's the takeout for me here is not just that they've gone to pay allegiance to President Tinubu, it's the fact that President Tinubu is consolidating. Remember that recently we are speaking to not being happy with him. They've been talking about not going to support him come 2027. Being the strategist that he's claimed to be, or being ascribed to him, he has moved fast and he's beginning to shore up the northern base. That's, for me, what's important with this visit, that he's moving fast, blocking every leakages and crack to see that he has a unified house come 2027. So with that, I give it to the president, and it's a pointer that while APC and President Bola Tinubu have started moving fast, the PDP, the opposition, are still dilly-dallying. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we'll be moving over to the Punch headlines, which says, Wike's camp demands ignite fresh PDP feud. And as we all know, there's been issues in the PDP.
Yes.
In the PDP, actually. And that's, now it says Wike's supporters are igniting a fresh feud and something like that. But do you think there will ever be a resolve in their internal conflict, or what do you think about this headline?
Talking about resolution of the conflicts, the warring interests. Well, like they say a day in politics will be like 1,000 minutes in the normal, that anything can happen anytime. You know, and they always say there is a game of interest.
Okay.
The interests may not align today, but by the time we wake up tomorrow, we may see that these interests have aligned, right? So that's politics for you. I cannot speak to the fact that if this issue can be resolved, but I can take a critical look at this very issue. Now, why are we seeing this headline now? Why is the crisis begin to snowball into another dimension when we were thinking that issues are being resolved?
Okay.
I did mention that when interests align, you'll be surprised at what could be achieved. Remember that the present governor of Bauchi State initially was anti-zoning. but within 2 days came out to tell us that he is in support, right? Which I thankfully want to attribute to the ability of the One National Working Committee of the PDP being able to whip sentiments in line. However, this one has been difficult for them to whip into line. Now, let's look at these fresh issues. What are the issues here? This has to do with the coming up national convention, elective convention of the PDP, set to take place from November 15th to 16th in Ibadan, Oyo State, right? Now, the Wike faction has come out to lay a fresh demand on PDP. And what are these demands? If I may, let's look at these demands that has been so mentioned. Then this group, led by Wike, comprised of former governor of Benue State, Governor Otom, former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, former governor of Abia State, Governor Ikbazu, and former governor of Enugu State, Governor Ugwuanyi. And inclusive, there are others, but these are the most prominent members of this faction. Because I remember quite well that I have seen the present secretary of PDP frolic with them, and the way they canvass for history, it won't be far-fetched that he is a member of this very interest group. The group I personally, without apologies, always refer to as the Ashebi group. Yes. But what are their demands? According to them, in the communique that was read out by Governor Tom, their demands to the PDP, the National Working Committee of the PDP, is a 6-point demand, to which they said that failure to accede to or see to these demands, that the convention will not hold, and if it does hold, that they should be ready for legal tussles. Now, what are these demands? That a fresh Congress must be held in Ebonyi State and Anambra State as well, in strict compliance with subsisting court judgments. Secondly, that a new Southeast Zonal Congress must be urgently conducted. The outcome of the South-South Congress in Calabar, already upheld by the courts, must be respected. They went further to say that PDP should immediately conduct Ekiti LGA congresses in line with judicial pronouncements. Going further, they insist that there should be no microzoning of offices beyond the general zoning formula already adopted by the National Executive Committee, NEC, to maintain peace and stability. Then finally, they demanded that the national chairmanship position must remain in the North Central, consistent with the zoning arrangement of the 2021 convention. Now, what does this tell us? Remember, I keep saying that the PDP may, at the end of the day, be bedeviled with more crisis than we think. That until they begin to address the structural imbalance, the structural defects of their party, and not the cosmetic approach of trying to replaster and screed the cracks, that the issues remain. Now, as far as I'm concerned, we thought that these issues has been resolved. But here is this group giving these fresh demands to be met before November 15 and 16th. We are in September, October, November, for these demands to be made. What does this leave me to? It leaves me with my earlier standing, or on the premise on which Wike stands and builds his dealings with the PDP, his logic that he will do everything humanly possible to see that there is no opposition against the president of APC, that he would support the candidacy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, for an uninformed or a passerby, what does this tell you? That they are raising fresh cogs in the wheel of PDP to see to it either that this convention does not hold, and if at all it holds, they've set a legal landmine for the PDP. Because I know for sure that there's no way these targets will be met before the November convention. And if you go ahead to conduct the convention, they've told you that that will be an invalid convention. They've laid a landmine, a legal landmine for the PDP. What is important to us now is to see how PDP is able to navigate these landmines. Yes, because I keep speaking to this, and I say that the issue here, as far as I'm concerned, has to do with lack of courage of PDP to wield its constitution, its disciplinary authority on its members. Because as far as I'm concerned, a group cannot always hold the party down. As far as I'm concerned, what Wike and his faction are doing is holding PDP down for the PDAPC, for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If they are not seeing the handwriting on the wall, then they may need a binoculars that is more powerful than mine to be able to see through. Now, I'll give it to former Governor Wike, because his actions so far, his fights are always embedded in law. So far, he has not applied the Amala politics of Adedibu, who sometime in the past tell us that he plays Amala politics. And kindly to Wike, he has not applied the Amala politics techniques. He has always embedded or embellished his arguments, his fights in law. Which leads me to ask the question, is either that Wike is the most sound legal mind in PDP or in Nigerian politics as of today? Or he has powers or has mastered the dark arts of wielding judicial opinion to favor his whims and caprice. Yes. Now, to tell you that this whole drama is not ending soon, the chairman of the committee that has been set up and inaugurated, the 119-member committee led by the governor of Adamawa State, Governor Ahmadu Fintri, and the governor of Bauchi State, Governor Bala Mohammed, they've responded to Wike that they are not cowards. Neither do they lack the courage to confront them heads on. In fact, Governor Fintri went as far as calling the group a faction of fools. And he called the PDP, or he called PDP's attention to what I've been alluding to, or what I've been canvassing for all this while, which is that of disciplining the action of those that are undermining the party actions. At least somebody is beginning to speak. And I can tell you categorically, until the PDP comes out to discipline its area members, its faction, this crisis is not ending today. And I'm sorry to tell anybody who would want to use this platform to run. the landmines I see
There are lots of cracks.
are such that, yes, are such that whoever emerges the candidate of PDP may be embroiled in legal tussle because the landmines are being set already.
Yeah.
Now, another faction to this whole issues, the governor of Oyo State,
Okay.
Governor Makinde, who was a member of the Ashebi group, has recently carved out himself and a fashion of his own. Now, the question is, what changed? In whose interest is Makinde fighting? Is he in his interest? His quest to contest and vie for the ticket of the PDP? Or is he another decoy by this faction to confuse us, confuse the PDP, and hoodwink them into the ploys of the PDAPC? Yes, these are the questions that need answers to. We need to know, where does he stand?
Okay.
On whose interest? Because all overnight, we've seen that he is distancing himself from the Ashebi group. Is there more than meets the eyes?
That's true.
Those are the questions that need to be asked. So, until the PDP has the courage to discipline its members, then we'll continue to see these cracks.
Yes.
Until those structural,
there's no reconciliation or whatsoever.
We're not seeing that.
Yes.
Because if you see the position of Governor Fintri and Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi, whom I suppose are the prominent members from the northern axis of this party,
okay,
then you see to it that these issues are not going to be resolved today.
No,
however, like who said, interests may align. Maybe by this evening, I'll begin to see another tune.
Okay.
Until that, those cracks are evident.
Yes.
And they are still a pointer that PDP may not be a very good vehicle for propelling any citizens into Aso Rock in 2027. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's really, as we can see, there's, just to end what you said, there's no looking forward to any reconciliation. There's no resolvement.
There's no end in sight. There's no end in sight. There's no end in sight.
Yes.
As of today, though, anything,
today.
yes,
but
anything
we
may
hope
happen.
for the best.
We'll pray for them, but I will keep asking for courage on the part of this PDP until they do the right thing. I think why this whole issue has lingered is that they have not shown courage. But now that Governor Fintri and Governor Bala Mohammed are beginning to speak to courage, begin to speak to discipline, maybe we may begin to see something happen.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. And please do not forget that you could grab your physical paper from any of your favorite vendors or catch the e-copy online. And then do not forget to follow us on our social media pages or call our number 070-3043-7110. We'll be going on the short break and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV, and today we have a celebration, and today it's the Merchant Navy Day. And Merchant Navy Day is observed every year on September 3rd to honor the brave men and women of the Merchant Navy and those who work on commercial ships that transport goods, food, oil and supplies across the seas. While they may not be part of a traditional military force, their service is essential in both peace and war. And during the world wars, merchant sailors played a heroic but often unrecognized role. They risked their lives to ensure food, fuel and weapons reached soldiers and civilians. Many never made it back as their ships were targeted during battles at sea. And that's why the Merchant Navy Day exists, to remember their courage and to highlight how vital the merchant fleet still is today for global trade and security. And you might be wondering, why does this day matter? Well, it matters because Merchant Navy Day isn't just about the past. Even now, merchant ships keep the world economy afloat, carrying about 90% of global trade, from the clothes we wear to the phones in our hands, and most of it has traveled on a merchant vessel. And the day is to remind or to appreciate this hidden workforce that connects nations quietly and tirelessly. And please let us know what you're celebrating and tag us at Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, X and YouTube, or call our phone 070-3043-7110. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for waking up with us, and thank you for always joining us on our show. It's always a pleasure. I'm Deborah Wakoba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, stay bold, be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV until we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Mama we go to the game, my boy, show down. Mama we go, but we didn't know the quick you vote. Mama, but we didn't want to did they go to the but I wouldn't have go to the but I wouldn't go to the I didn't get go to
Enugu State government recently launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. The 58-page policy document is aimed at enhancing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development. Unveiling the policy at the International Conference Center, ICC Enugu, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Mr. Lloyd Ekweremadu, described young people in the state as the heartbeat of Enugu State.
The youth are the heartbeat of Enugu State. They constitute the energy, creativity, and vision that drive our development. Yet, for too long, their potential has been underutilized. This youth policy is our bold response to that challenge. It is a roadmap that captures the aspirations of our young people and aligns them with the development agenda of our dear state.
Governor Mba said that Enugu Youth Policy is the outcome of rigorous consultations, robust engagements, and collaborative efforts. In his goodwill message, the Executive Director, South Saharan Social Development Organization, Dr. Stanley Lechuku, said the organization believes that young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the strength of today. And that was why they gave their support when the process of developing the policy began.
We believe that the young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they're the strengths of today. And that is why when we began this process with Action Aid, we were glad to stand behind it.
For his part, the country director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedi, said Action Aid Nigeria has remained steadfast in their mission to working with people living in poverty and exclusion, with a strong focus on advancing the rights and aspirations of young people, women, and the marginalized, represented by the head of program Action Aid Nigeria, Celestine Odo, the country director, said Enugu Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves.
The Enugu State Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves. It provides a framework that prioritizes young youth development, empowerment, participation in governance, education, employment, climate actions, entrepreneurship, social justice.
Mr. Wilfred Emeko KK, who is the consultant Enugu State Youth Policy, emphasized that and their valuable assets while stating its visions and objectives to develop strategies to better the life of the youths.
Enugu State recognizes the importance and perhaps indispensable role of its youth in promoting sustainable development and addressing socio-economic challenges.
The event was witnessed by youths from different parts of the state, cutting across various sectors, ministries, departments, agencies, education, health, and agriculture. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration.
Good morning, sports lovers. Welcome to Sports Update here on Aneke TV. We'll bring you the thrill and excitement from tennis courts, boxing, and football field across the globe. I am Uche Osai, and with me on today's show is...
I'm Deborah Wakaoba.
All right, let's set things rolling from what's happening around the boxing ring.
Yes, and in the boxing, we have Anthony Joshua buys legendary 30-year-old punch bag. Two-time heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua bought a piece of British boxing history, securing a 30-year-old punch bag from Sheffield's famous Winco Bank gym. Why would he make such a purchase?
I think this is just barely speaking, being generous and then speaking to charity and goodwill. Remember that this punch bag has a bit of history to it, 30 years, and then weighs about 96.5 kg. You understand? And it's been touted to be very durable. Yeah, that's why he made the purchase. And remember, this came to limelight after the son of Eagle made a video showing the punching bag left behind by his father. And then Anthony Joshua was spoken to by his crew members, and then he went ahead and then purchased the bag.
Yes, charity,
Yes.
Now moving over to tennis courts in US Open, Carlos Alcaraz is through to the semi-finals of the US Open.
Yeah, the 22-year-old Spanish was able to give a clinical display by beating Jerry Lecker 4-6, 6-2, 6-4 in New York. And with this display, you will remember that he's here to lose any match, any set in the Grand Slam in US Open this year.
Okay.
Yes.
Still on women's tennis US Open, defending champion Aryna Sabalenka moved into the US Open semi-finals.
Yeah, surely that's after Marketa withdrew as a result of knee injury she sustained.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's why she moved. And then we have this is setting up a repeat of last year's final against Jessica Pegula. And then we also have Venus Williams' US Open dream is over after she and partner Leylah Fernandez lost to top seeds Taylor Townsend and Katerina Siniakova in the women's doubles quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for Venus Williams, who is 45. And then her partner is just 22-year-old. They were beaten 6-1, 6-2 in 57 minutes into the game. That's unfortunate.
Yes, and Williams was visibly emotional after the defeat, however, received standing ovation from the crowd.
Yes. And moving over to the world of soccer, the game that unites fans around the world. Oh.
Yes, let's talk about FIFA World Cup qualifying matches. Talking about fixtures, CAF Qualification Group F, Seychelles versus Gabon is fixed for today at 2 p.m.
All right. Let's take a rundown of those who have hit Nigerian camp. You are well aware that Nigerian camp has already opened. And then we have additional 9 players making it to the Uyo camp. These players, we've seen the latest arrival to include Fulham Diop, Alex Iwobi, and Calvin Bassey, Fishayo Dele Bashiru, Ola Aino, Bright Osai Samuel, Moses Simeon, Chidozie Awaziem, Adebayo Adele, Benjamin Frederick, and notably Osai Samuel. Simon Awaziem, Adeleye, and Frederick are all secured. They all secured moves in this transfer window that just closed.
Okay.
Yes, so they are all going to join William Ekong, you understand, and other nationals that are already in camp. Talk about Felix Ago and Rafael Onyedika, who already reported in camp. By Monday, it's expected that the camp will come to its full strength, fully bubbling, preparing for the days ahead. And then the coaching crew will have time to set out their match strategies and fine-tune tactics. You understand? So with that, the players, Nigerian players, will be ready for the FIFA qualifiers. Remember, Nigeria is seeking a strong finish in these remaining matches. They need to finish strong to be able to secure their place at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Yes.
And then Sevilla FC have confirmed the departure of Kelechi Iheanacho after just 1 season with the club.
Yes, the La Liga outfit made this announcement over on their X handle. That was actually on Monday. They made this announcement, and now they've come to say that Kelechi Iheanacho, they had an agreement with him where they had to rescind his contract. So with that, Kelechi Iheanacho now leaves the club. Now that's best of luck to the senior man.
Yes. Now over to Europe, the Premier League club spent a record of €3 billion, which is equivalent to $4 billion in the 2025 summer transfer. And that ended with a dramatic flourish thanks to Liverpool's €125 million signing off Newcastle on United striker Alexander Isak, which headlines the record-breaking window.
Yeah, you know, the Premier League clubs were able to make this landmark spending due to a new domestic TV right that now gives advantage to English clubs. In fact, about 6 English clubs benefiting from this, and then going into Champions League windfall made it possible for them to be able to spend that huge amount of money in this transfer window. And the information reaching us is that Premier League clubs outspend the whole of European clubs this season.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let's take a look at deadline day drama. what happened. You know, the transfer has been on for this period. We had an early transfer opening, given the the Club World Cup finals that was held in the US. You understand? The transfer market opened up early, then later closed and reopened again. But however, until the final, they witnessed a whole lot of dramas in the final closure of the transfer market, starting with Liverpool, who were able to sign Alexander Isak from Newcastle for the stated amount of 125 million.
Yes, and Newcastle reinvested in Yohan Wissa from Brentford for 55 million euro.
Wow. And Fulham set their own club record by spending up to 34.6 million pounds in the deal to bring in Shakhtar Donetsk winger Kevin.
Yes, and Man United also signed goalkeeper Sen Lamens for 18.1 million euro, loaned Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa.
Equally, on the deadline day, Aston Villa were able to loan Liverpool player Harvey Elliott with the option to buy in the final minutes.
Yes, also Tottenham loaned PSG striker Randall Kolo Muani.
And then moving over to Arsenal, in the last minute, Arsenal were able to secure Bayer Leverkusen defender Piero Handicappai on loan on the final day.
And Sunderland added Ajax Brian Brobby, Bertrand Taro and RB Leipzig's Lucharel Gitoda on loan.
Yes, and this is a rundown of the final dealings on the last day of the transfer market.
Okay.
With this, we hope to see a new season that has equally started. You understand? With the season having gone into match week 3, many clubs have seen where they are deficient on. They needed to bring in strikers as a result of injuries, bring in players to show up these areas where they are lagging behind. This necessitated this transfer that we're seeing. One transfer that we need to point out has been the most protracted transfer saga of the season, involving Liverpool and Newcastle, with the name Alexander Isak. From the day the transfer market opened, his name has been on the front list. Yes,
the top.
He's been there from the one to the last minute. In fact, this is one of the days that was used to close the transfer market this season. At a point, people were of the view that this deal was no longer going to happen. But you remember that this striker, Alexander Isak, was insistent that he's no longer going to play for Newcastle FC, that he is hell-bent on playing for only one club, which is Liverpool. And then at the end of the day, he went on strike and was able to finally secure his transfer dream to Liverpool, setting the transfer record, the highest transfer record in Premier League history of 125 million pounds. That's a record for the Premier League. One single player.
Wow.
Yes.
That's massive.
Yes, with that, they've spent, he tops the money Chelsea spent on Caicedo, Moses Caicedo. Yes, this is very homogeneous and bigger than any other transfer amount we've ever seen in Premier League. And then we hope that he will be able to live up to that. Yes. And this is where we'll come to an end on the sports update here on Aneke TV. However, before we go, we wish the Super Eagles best of luck to enjoy their camping, and then we hope that this time around we would see winnings, that their fans will not be heartbroken at the end of the day. So, with that said, I still remain your host, Uche Osai.
Yes, and I am Deborah Waka Oba.
All right, until we come your way, same time tomorrow. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Bishop, Pope. kwalo yu jedile jinu kado le nyo kado. Mwaka mwede wigo mwasha wa mwaka lobo njujo lobo da kiro mototo. Dikeje kanadu je. Mwaka mwede wigo mwasha wa mwaka lobo njujo. Kone tega bele mwasha wa wigo. Boshimina ejelo nkwo banye. Mujanye jelo nkwo banye o. Agela baya o.
Enugu State government recently launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. The 58-page policy document is aimed at enhancing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development. Unveiling the policy at the International Conference Center, ICC, Enugu, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Mr. Lloyd Ekweremadu, described young people in the state as the heartbeat of Enugu State.
The youth are the heartbeat of Enugu State. They constitute the energy, creativity, and vision that drive our development. Yet, for too long, their potential has been underutilized. This youth policy is our bold response to that challenge. It is a roadmap that captures the aspirations of our young people and aligns them with the development agenda of our dear state.
Governor Mba said that Enugu Youth Policy is the outcome of rigorous consultations, robust engagements, and collaborative efforts. In his goodwill message, the Executive Director, South Saharan Social Development Organization, Dr. Stanley Lechuku, said the organization believes that young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the strength of today. And that was why they gave their support when the process of developing the policy began.
We believe that the young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they're the strengths of today. And that is why when we began this process with Action Aid, we were glad to stand behind it.
For his part, the country director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedi, said Action Aid Nigeria has remained steadfast in their mission to working with people living in poverty and exclusion with a strong focus on advancing the rights and aspirations of young people, women, and the marginalized. Represented by the head of program, Action Aid Nigeria, Celestine Odo, the country director, said Enugu Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves.
The Enugu State Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves. It provides a framework that prioritizes young youth development, empowerment, participation in governance, education, employment, climate actions, entrepreneurship, social justice.
Mr. Wilfred Emeko KK, who is the consultant, Enugu State Youth Policy, emphasized that and their valuable assets while stating its visions and objectives to develop strategies to better the life of the youths.
Enugu State recognizes the importance and perhaps indispensable role of its youth in promoting sustainable development and addressing socio-economic challenges.
The event was witnessed by youths from different parts of the state, cutting across various sectors, ministries, departments, agencies, education, health, and agriculture. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
All right. Thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight, where we bring you the X-ray of politics, heartbeat of issues, topics, headlines, events shaping our nation. In these events, we bring you expert analysts, policy models, and more importantly, we'll bring you the views from the street, your neighbors from the street. This is The Insight, where we X-ray and analyze these issues. Today, with me on this program is Mr. Stanley Egwatu, a political scientist and an analyst. Mr. Stanley.
Yes.
You're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Welcome, viewers,
Thank you.
to the Insight program.
All right. Now, let's start from Enugu State. You're well aware a lot of things has been happening politically and both developmental efforts, both in the states and in the country in general. But since we are in Enugu State, let's take a look. What's your views on Governor Peter Mbah's efforts? I mean, when I say efforts, I mean developmental efforts. You know, recently we've seen the completion and commissioning of bus terminals, the launching of the CNG buses. We've seen the unveiling of Hotel Presidential. We've seen the launching of Enugu Air. To mention but a few, talk about the smart school. So I ask, what are your views on all this?
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I must recommend Governor Peter Mbah on his leadership qualities, which are purpose, which are passion, which are trust, integrity, curiosity, and daring. Why? Because he is really a governor that had vision with transformative values on Enugu State. And then Governor Peter Mbah came in with an amazing idea of transformations. Let me start from rehabilitation of roads, because I remember he said something in his manifesto about 100 days in office of reviving the water supply. It was amazing. And Enugu is enjoying it right now. So, and do road construction, education and youth empowerment, infrastructure and connectivity, water and utility, and the rest of them.
All right, but let's speak to, for example, the issue of commissioning of the bus terminal. What's your assessment on the impact of the bus terminal on the citizens in the Enugu?
Yeah. Transportation is one of the major facility a state needs. And Peter Mbah has made it possible to launch and to commission a terminal. And this terminal is all about connectivity. It's all about enhancing the movement of the citizens of the state. And I'm so amazing that he made it possible. Because before, when you come into Enugu, when you look at that Holy Ghost environment, it's an eyesore. But Peter Mbah, with his vision, has transformed that terminal to become a plus to Enugu. And we must appreciate that, because the governor is the governor of vision, who came to make things easier so that we have access to places we need to go. And that's a credit.
So, in your opinion, that project is commendable and beneficial to Enugu indigents?
It's a huge plus to Enugu indigents.
All right.
It's a huge plus.
But some people have argued that there was no issue with transport system in Enugu. Why invest the state money into transportation?
You know, in a state activities, there must be orderliness. there must be precision in all we do. So whoever is saying he don't understand what Mbai is doing, he very soon he'll be reaping the benefit, the benefits of that transportation terminal. Because why? If you watch, the prices are subsidized because I think it's a flat rate, and it gives you the leverage to secure transportation. Because I know it's a smart transportation where you can load your car just like every other advanced country does its own transportation system. So it's a huge profit to Enugu State.
So in all that, you think that that's a very good investment for the people where there is no transportation problem?
I'm a commuter. I do take transport sometimes, and I can see the timing. Where you're going to, you might not get on time because why? It's not a precision transport. So this is a huge plus whereby if you have a time you're traveling, getting to bus, booking the bus, obviously you know you get to a place you're going on time. That's a great plus. Because timing is almost everything. Time for your meeting, time for your appointments, and time for other things, activities. So whoever don't understand this must be blind in a way whereby he's still there to see what the governor is really doing.
All right. Bearing in mind that previous administrations have carried out similar transport schemes that failed, are you not worried as a commuter, as a citizen of Enugu State, that this one may equally go the same way?
Before this, you asked me, I've spoken to some of my colleagues, and I said somebody like the former two governors, the former two tenors, and tried such, but at the time it could not be operational. So, but you see, what I'm looking at is the maintenance culture is one of the important things Peter Mba need to put in place. Why? Because from observations of the people that have tried operation and failed, he need to do some homework. So what actually will sustain this is maintenance culture.
And do you see that maintenance?
Yes, I see. You remember what I told? I saw the qualities in him: purpose, passion, trust, integrity, curiosity, and daring.
And do you see this translated to the project? Talking about this transport system that we are on now.
Yes, the maintenance culture.
Okay, now that we're talking about it, you are a real estate consultant.
Exactly.
What has been the impact of this administration on real estate? We are aware that prices of accommodation have gone up in Enugu, given the taxation of landlords, building owners. So how do you assess this governor, this administration's impact on real estate?
The governor is doing a huge job because I can see he's got the developmental plans and he's got how he regulates the prices of high prices of what the landlords are putting. He really made an advancement of having some square meters, what is precisely the price on the land property issues. And what I'm seeing is he did some wonderful things that is unimaginable. Because when you look at the real estate sector, Governor Mba have given us a lot of access whereby, like what he did last time of trying to get people, real estate managers, under licensed, which will contain illegal people marauding around as real estate managers. Because the street people who are into this business, most of them are bogus, most of them are hyping the prices, which is not, acceptable within it. But Mba being who he is new, actually, that I would say because of maybe there's no much work or there's no much in the labor market to do, people are trying to survive with that. So they don't comply to the laws of, the land laws. Now, Mba is trying to resuscitate, to revitalize those lapses we have in rent issues, hyping. So it's coming in with a huge change.
You're talking about revitalizing the hike in rent issues.
Yeah, rent
But we've
issues.
seen that renting or rentage prices of accommodation has gone up in Enugu State owing to the taxation by the administration.
Okay.
I did point out that house owners are meant to pay more taxes on accommodation. Are you saying that that's beneficial to the tenants, the citizens?
Not quite, because I think the regulation must be on a specific tariff regulations, so that why the landlord should know what actually to be their rent and what actually the taxation coming in, so that it could be accessible. In the sense that I know there's the economic instability in the country, but you see, every tariff or rent it must have a precision, whereby there must be a consultant, there must be an agreement. Are you getting what I'm saying?
I'm listening.
Yeah. So, and the government must be in partnership with the landlord association sector or whatever, so they could be able to discuss on regulations on both the taxation and the rentage. I think that's where they have.
You're speaking this way perhaps because the increase in rentage is beneficial to you as a real estate consultant.
Actually, you see, the government needs to look into that in a way that, like I told you, there must be a partnership between the landlord and the government. Why? Because they will know what are your problems you're incurring, that you hype the rent like not less than 1 or 2 years. So they must know that they know how to fix out, and why the government are putting those taxes there, because of what they are experiencing and because of why the taxation should be there.
All right. Now, while you were talking, you mentioned the economic instability in the country. What's your assessment of the role of state governments in all this?
The economic.
Instability in the country. Don't you think that this government, the state governments or the subnational, should do more rather than looking at the federal to cushion the effects of the economic hardship on the people? For example, what can we point to apart from these projects that the government of the state is doing to help the citizens?
When I analyze some situations, I can look at some states. I mean, Cross River or so, somewhere there. I think some people are being exempted from tax paying. And again, the policy really affects. What are the policies? When you check the income of a civil servant, the business pays, and other things that really, really subject themselves to this. I think there are supposed to be more partnership with the grassroots, so that we could be able to assess what they are facing, economic challenges they are facing. Is it really on price hiking? Is it really on purchasing materials? Is it really on having access to their needs and their wants? Because actually, when you look at increasing the GDP, goods and services must be moving. That is part of it. And that's what Peter Mba is doing, opening up roads, urbanization, actually. But the major thing is like, government must be playing a grassroots politics, so that I could be able to come down to the citizens and partner with them. We'll look at and social dialogue and public participation in policy and decision making. That should help us more on navigating and trying to reform the economy through what information we are getting from the citizens and the policies the government are trying to formulate.
All right, speaking to urbanization
Yeah.
that you've mentioned,
Yeah.
still takes me back to issue of the investments in the bus rapid system,
Correct.
the unveiling of Enugu Air,
Yeah.
which got about 62 billion naira. Wouldn't you rather that the state government had invested this money into light rail system that will link the hinterland, I mean the villages, to the city of Enugu, thereby helping the farmer in the village to be able to move their commodities speedily at a lower transport fare
Yeah.
to the city?
Okay, just like I said before, urbanization requires a lot. And government are taking it.
When you say organization requires a lot, can you point to those a lot?
Okay. And like Peter Mba is doing, when you see place as an urban place, there are privileges, there are benefits, there are access where the government comes in to open up. Is it businesses? Is it housing? Is it access to clean water? Is it access to electricity?
And you would say that the governor and the government is doing all this?
From what I'm seeing, now let's look at this. Let's look at like you said, let's look at the pace. From 260 smart green school with 7,000 classrooms. You see development is getting into the interior. Are you getting what I'm saying?
I'm listening.
Yeah. Now, when you have a school that enlightens, that exposes people with that urban vision, because like it's a long-term program. Now, in the next 10 years to come, can you really look at the huge milestone of what development and growth will happen within that urbanization process?
All right, now that you've mentioned about the small schools,
Yeah.
there are people who would argue that rather than invest in the construction and creating of the smart school, why won't the governor or the government use that money to rehabilitate existing schools, then incorporate the smart school initiative into existing ones?
Okay. Now we must know that when government are making policies, there's a lot of study and observations towards our traditional culture of education. Now, what we call it smart school is, if you get into the labs, AI labs. If you get into, you have robotic movement within that school. Have a vocational training. These are why they call them smart, because they will give you a more rapid development with the modern development of what the globe is trending on.
Is there no more reason it should be incorporated into what we have on ground to be beneficial and accessible to the citizen?
Let me repeat myself again. You know, we have old traditional nature of education. Now, Peter Mba take it up to what they call smart school, where you can access education on a more dimensional views. Because what we need is to train people who will be practical in the system. The old nature or culture of education, the traditional culture of education, most times take us to theoretical parts. And with that theory, you have a little knowledge about what you're dealing with. So Peter Mba is bringing practical education. That's why it's called smart school. Robotic vision, AI labs, and vocational training. It gives you more knowledge. It gives you a high level of understanding the dynamics of what surrounds you.
So as far as you're concerned,
Yeah.
is the way to go. The governor shouldn't or wouldn't be advised to incorporate that into the existing primary, secondary schools that we have around. When you look at dilapidation, access to quality teachers, lack of laboratories, wouldn't the argument be better made that the smart school, which is AI labs,
Yeah.
should have been inculcated?
Anyway, I believe that Peter Mba took a radical approach on transforming education sector. Because like you're trying to repeat something, and like I told you, you see, when no, just like in most of the gadgets you're using now, they are smart gadgets. And you could be anywhere to access information.
Mr. Stanley,
Yes.
couldn't we have trained the teachers we have on ground on being AI adaptive and capable? Because from what you're saying, we are going to train new persons that will man these AI smart schools. It will have been more economical, more beneficial to the state to train the already existing teachers.
Okay. Now let me expand more. Now, like I said, the old existing schools, which I'm sure government will still come to that. But do you know what this new 260 schools with 7,000 classrooms provided? First of all, employment. Yes, that because they are huge. They are very huge. Now there are a lot of people who are not working, who don't have access to job. This is what the radical approach to education brought to Enugu.
All right.
One.
All right.
Then
Hold on.
okay.
Before you go further about this radical approach and all that,
Okay.
you've been speaking as if the governor sent you to hold forth for him.
No, but it's what I'm seeing on the ground.
All right.
It's a visible things I'm seeing on the ground.
All right.
Yeah.
If you are just joining us, this is the insight, and we are speaking with Mr. Kingsley Eguatu, Mr. Stanley Eguatu, political scientist, an analyst, and a real estate consultant. Mr. Stanley,
welcome.
You are talking about this radical approach.
Yes.
Talking about generating employment.
Exactly.
About the 260 schools.
Exactly, with 7,000 classrooms.
7,000 classrooms.
Yeah.
Now, let's reimagine what that we have done with what we have on ground. Why do I say this? A lot of analysts like you have made the argument that that may not be sustainable, given that the governor would spend only 2 terms in office, and that by the time next administration comes, as is always the case, that the smart schools may be abandoned.
Like I told you, you see, before this radical approach must have been made, don't forget, government consults, government observes. Now, I strongly believe that from this, what we're seeing, from this developmental growth or transformation, I have a strong belief that Peter Mba is coming back for the second term. Now, like you said, I told you earlier, after consultation and some observations, the government need to expand more and spend more in education. Education is one of the most vital, essential a sector for development strictly, and for transformations. And just like I said, the old existing schools, because I think we have Commissioner of Education in this state, and they have sat to make new policies of building the schools. The important thing of building the schools is digitalization. You know what digitalization is?
I'm listening.
Yeah, digitalization is you could be anywhere to access any information, to be efficient and effective in productivity. I mean, it's a huge milestone.
All right.
And it helps in development and transformation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With that said, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains. At our core remains. To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where man.
All right. Thank you for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is The Insight. And we've been speaking with Mr. Stanley Egwatu, a political scientist, an analyst, and a real estate consultant. Mr. Stanley.
Welcome.
All right. Before we went on break, you were saying that Governor Peter Mba is going back for a second term.
Yes.
Why do you say that? Do you really believe that? Given that there is opposition in Enugu State?
You see,
Are you a party member? Are you a PDP member?
no, I'm not.
You're talking just like as a citizen?
Yes, as a citizen.
Because you fed in part of his
His
administration?
administration.
Okay. So why do you so believe, knowing that there is an opposition political party in Enugu State? In fact, the APC is a ruling party in Nigeria. Are you not scared?
No, I'm not.
Why?
You see, the pace of growth, development, and transformation wins your heart and my heart.
Why would you say that?
Okay? We've got a lot of previous governments that go for 8 years and we don't have a tremendous result, just like Peter Mba is moving. Now, when you look at what the gains and the productivity is laying on the ground as a foundation, how much more 6 years or 4 years, what do you think the government will really provide or produce for the...
I don't have opinion.
Yeah? You don't have opinion, yes. But you have the eyes to see...
My is to listen to you.
But you have the eyes to see what the pace of the development and transformation in the state. And I mean, who doesn't want to grow? Who doesn't want to, develop? Who doesn't want to transform? So from our own moral conscience, obvious, you never said good thing is bad. Or you never said, no, the positivity, you want negativity.
But
no. What we are looking at...
the opposition may argue that they have a better plan, better candidates, better initiative. that will do much more.
Okay, yeah. That's what the opposition is saying, which they will do. They're saying they will do. But we are seeing the doing person on the ground.
All right.
So what you say, you should take away the doing person and bring out who said, I will do. I mean, it doesn't.
All right.
It doesn't.
Now that we are talking about going back re-election,
Yeah.
let's go national.
Okay.
First of all, what's your assessment of the government at the center? If you say that Peter Mba is working and you're enjoying the government, that means you must be feeling good with the benefits of the government in center as well.
You remember, we have PDP here, and we have
Yes.
APC at the head.
Yes.
These are two different parties.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you watch the trend of Nigerian terrain, political terrain, you can see that there's a huge defections. You know why? People are looking that the government of the APC are really owing everything revolving around the upcoming 27 election. But they are not really doing much on affecting their lives. But in our state, we are seeing the effect of the PDP government. We are seeing the transformative vision being implemented or executed. You know what Peter Mba is doing? He's building a state as a beacon towards subnational governance in Nigeria. And I'm not expecting the defashion. I'm expecting him to like boost his party more on buying people's conscience to know that I'm here to function, to operate, to be transformative.
Now you're talking that you're not expecting to defect.
Yes.
You're expecting to still be in the PDP.
Obvious, that is his party.
PDP that is in crisis.
Awesome. And you see, almost every party has got conflict or crisis.
The APC seems to be a more stable vehicle, even for Governor Peter Mba.
Okay, but remember Ganduje, what happened to Ganduje recently? I think that's a little bit squabble.
What's happened to him?
But I think he resigned.
He resigned?
Yeah, I think.
It's obvious he resigned.
Yeah.
For health reasons.
Anyway, that is what is being portrayed to us. There's always an internal squabble.
We don't know that.
No, you might not know.
We don't know that.
Yeah. Okay. Now, where we know about PDP is obvious. Now, if you're watching the trend now, issue of P2B, some people are saying, even Jonathan, I read it, coming back to PDP. Aneke is saying, no, PDP is going to be destroyed if P2B comes there. I think there's a threat somewhere. Someone is feeling that.
All right.
If we give a space, you know.
Before I told that line.
Okay.
Of some people feel threatened by some people coming back to the party.
Oh yes.
Let's take a look at the current issue, even with people coming or not coming. There may not be a political party called PDP. Today, the crisis with their convention. If they can hold a convention, there will be no political party and there will be no candidates come 2027. The Aneke group has given an ultimatum to the party leadership on the things they must do before there will be a primary. So, I'm asking, or I'm saying, that given this crisis, your beloved governor may not even have a very viable platform to run come 2027, rather than join the most stabilized party.
When you talk about, remember, in every leadership or governance, there's what we look onto. We look onto healthy economy and stabilized political situations. I will give you an example of River State. You saw what happened in River.
What happened?
As of March, there was state of emergency. The governor was suspended. The House Assembly, most of them were suspended, and new sole administrator was introduced. What do you expect from that? There's no political stability. Obvious. That's a crisis. That's why.
Okay.
And this affected last election, local government election, whereby we have 20 over 23. The APC took all the seats. And
Yes.
PDP took 3. But PDP has still said no. This is unconstitutional because there's a 90 days ultimatum they did not realize before the election.
Okay.
And from this, yes, PDP, you can watch it. From the ultimatum we gave, how do we see when PDP could be able to resolve all these issues? Obviously, they will have presidential candidates.
Are you thinking these issues will be resolved? Because it seems to be on the increase. Yes, we thought it's been resolved, but now they are giving orders before the convention will happen. And we know that the governors of PDP from the north, for example, Governor Fintri of Adamawa and Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi, are of the opinion that the party should toe the line of discipline by courageously disciplining the likes of Wike who are distracting the party. Given that or bearing that in mind, do you see an end to this crisis?
Every crisis has an expired time. It depends on who are the managers of the conflict.
All right.
So if the party in general, Wiki cannot be really stronger than everybody in that party, I will be no.
But so far he seems to be.
No. So you're saying so far, but he hasn't been. He
So
came
far,
into.
so far he has been.
Yeah. So and if you can see, if you can watch it, like watch it closely, it's like the two legs are in different places. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And again, if automatic is being given, from who is being given to, come 2027, PDP must produce a presidential candidate.
How would they produce a presidential candidate when they are in crisis? The Wike will talk about has been a strong pillar of the PDP, and the PDP has not come out to say Wike is involved in anti-party activities. So you cannot wish him away. And in as much as he's there, he has spoken to Peter D, like you mentioned, not coming back to the fold, or Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Yes.
So he is a force in the PDP.
Okay. Let me give you some examples. Wike is a single man, standing as a pivotal stronghold. And are you believing that come 2027 he still be who he is? Because what you're trying to tell me is like, Wike will be only the person speaking what the PDP does. All the activities of revolves around PDP. I don't
but that's what we've seen so far.
No, that's like what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. But there must be resolution on the pipeline.
All right.
Because you can't tell me a party cannot produce 227. No.
All right.
No, I'm looking at it from.
Now that we're talking about political parties,
yeah.
What's your assessment or your view, rather, of the coalition, the ADC?
You see, when we are forming those coalitions, I need to reflect back on how a lot of political parties were transformed into a new party. That has been a Nigerian political trend. When they want to build opposition, especially when the incumbent seems to be strong, they go back to drawing board. They establish a new party, and the coalition starts. But what I'm seeing in this ADC coalition is trying to build a bloc, a strong bloc, that can change the narrative of 227.
Do you see them being able to change the narrative?
There are right choices to make, and there are coordinated and articulated steps to take.
What are these right choices and articulated steps to take?
Correct. Remember something about P2B when he talks about from consumption to production. And now when people are being convinced on whom to place their vote on, why? Because this man is patriotic, prudent personality that will represent our own interest, not an individual interest, or rather party interest. You get what I'm saying?
I'm listening.
Now, me and you know actually that when we choose the right choice, when we make the right choice, we are looking towards performance and productivity.
That's for us, the citizens. That's not at the level of the political parties. At the party, there has to be politics, there has to be primaries, and as is always the case in Nigeria, is usually the one who spends more that will take the day. And the P2B you mentioned with the mantra from
Inception.
consumption to production cannot be able to match the caliber of people we see in the ADC, money-wise.
You see, Nigeria has been into lacking political culture and ethos. We need political education on how to give our votes to the real person that will give us leadership, not rulership or dictatorship.
All right, now that you spoke to political education,
Yeah.
there's been an ongoing voter registration exercise.
Okay.
And from the data released, the Southeast seems to be lagging behind, or is rather lagging behind. What would be your advice to people of Southeast?
Yeah. You see, the advice is like the INEC has opened a portal, pre-registration portal. You need to, those people who are not having voters card should first of all vote, secure their voters card. One, like because from the first event of pre-registration, I think INEC spoke about 1.38 million, which they have realized, and they said the Southeast, like Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, are lacking behind. So and ADC is contesting that. They say they should do forensic audit on those trends because they are not that way before. So we are advising every citizen to first of all secure his vote. I mean, from this side, so that yes, we can have a right.
Their voters card.
Their voters card. A right. Like I told you, INEC open a portal where you can pre-register, take your ID, do your realignment, do your transfer request, do your biometrics, and go for collection. Because you can, the last election shows a lot of voters card being dumped somewhere. People owns that.
All right.
So I can see.
All right. Before I let you go, let me ask, what do you think is responsible for the apathy when it comes to voter registration, voting in the Southeast?
First of all, like I told you, political education. Second, the citizens, do they know the right they have to choose their leaders? That must be pronounced to them to understand. Inject into their psyche, so they will know they have the power to determine who is the next leader is. It doesn't matter when we look at people pronounce about rigging or whatnot. Yes, it plays out. But the most important thing is for me and you and the citizens to secure that voters' right, which will help them to decide.
All right. So to secure your voters' card, which will give them the right to choose their leaders.
Yes.
All right. You've heard that from Mr. Stanley Egwatu, a political scientist and a real estate consultant. Remember, these are the issues that we're looking into, and it affects all of us. This is someone who is living these issues, and you've heard from him. So let us know what you think or what your opinions are concerning these issues. Reach us on at Aneke TV on our social media handles: Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Remember, your voice matters. This is where we take a close on today's episode. I still remain Uche Osai. Mr. Stanley.
Yeah.
It's been wonderful speaking to you.
You're welcome. Thank you, viewers. See you next time.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Bishop Ayi, Bishop Ayi, Bishop Ayi. Pope, Pope, Pope. Eyi lo bẹ́lá lè kejì, jọ́bọ̀ gàdúrà lè jójì yìí. Eke na shi mai fadi ne, kere ke biye ni shi jọ ka ga ba ba do. Ìgbégi, ìgbégi. Edebe ọjọd, edebe ọjọd, edebe ọjọd. Anyị gara ịkpa be na mmanụ nwa Igbo nwa gagba ede nwa n'obo nju ụjọ nwa ọgara ọchị ọma dịrịdị. Odo na-eke agba ụwa odo. Nwa gagba ede nwa Igbo n'ụmụ nwa shọ ụwa ọga. Na mmanụ nwa Igbo odo na-eke nwa agba ụwa mụshi odo ahụ nwa isi aja. Na mmanụ nwa Igbo ahụ gwara ụdị mi na oriri ekwekwe yibo odo. Obebe ahịa akwa abụ. Na mmanụ ahụ gwara ụdị mi nwa shọ ụwa. Ndị na-ekwekwe yibo odo na-eke. Odo ahụ nọ na bụ iya odo na-eke. Odo ahụ nọ n'ogologo olu keke odo na-eke.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
in the country, while supporting government's efforts to strengthen national unity and foster development. Away from that, the United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening cooperation with Nigeria in tackling the growth threat of cybercrime and digital insecurity, pledging technical support and intelligence sharing under an ongoing security partnership. Speaking at the inaugural seminar on anticipatory, cyber and digital diplomacy for strengthening Nigeria's foreign policy in Abuja, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, said the UK was very pleased to be one of the sponsors of the event, noting that both countries had already recorded shared success in tackling cyber fraud and crime. Mr. Montgomery said that the UK-Nigeria partnership, formalized under a Memorandum of Understanding on Cybersecurity signed last year, covers 5 key areas: threat hunting, cyber threats, intelligence capability, identification of critical national infrastructure, digital forensics, and national incident response planning. While stressing that Nigeria would shape its own sovereign decisions in cyberspace, Mr. Montgomery said the UK was ready to share lessons from its foreign office and from partnerships with research institutions, private sector players and universities to help Nigeria build a resilient digital ecosystem. Now over to health. Governor Sheriff Oborevori of Delta State has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to ensuring the successful launch of the Federal University of Medical and Health Sciences, Kwale. The governor made this pledge during a visit by the Governing Council and management of the university, led by its chairman and pro-chancellor, Dr. Salisu Banye, to the government house in Asaba. Describing the university as a legacy project, Governor Oborevori said it would significantly enhance access to quality education and healthcare delivery in the state. In the meantime, Governor Monday Okpebholo of Edo State has distributed 300 motorbikes to enhance security in the state. This was contained in a statement released by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Mr. Fred Itwa. While distributing the motorbikes to security agencies in the 3 senatorial districts of the state, the governor stated that criminals would have no hiding place in the state under his administration. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick look to major developments in the news. Federal government declares Friday public holiday. Delta State government affirms support for medical universities. UK affirms collaboration with Nigeria against cyber threats. Still to come, National Assembly cautions against planned adoption of computer-based for WASSCE. The news returns after the break. Now over to security. Vice President Kashim Shettima yesterday reaffirmed President Bola Tinubu's unwavering commitment to the peace, security and stability of the Gulf of Guinea, with particular emphasis on ongoing reforms in the Gulf of Guinea Commission, GGC. Speaking while receiving the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Josie Mba Abeso, and his delegations at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, Senator Shettima stressed Nigeria's dedication to regional cooperation and alignment with the African Union's 2050 Integrated Maritime Strategy. Earlier, the Executive Secretary of the Gulf of Guinea Commission, Mr. Joseph Mba Abeso, sought Nigeria's support for the Commission's reform agenda, which includes expanding its membership to all 19 coastal states of the Gulf of Guinea, enhancing regional peace and security, and engaging insurance companies to review high shipping premiums in the area. The GGC chief also praised Nigeria's leadership in establishing the Combined Maritime Task Force and urged President Tinubu to rally other regional leaders to operationalize the force. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu yesterday said his administration will remain resilient and has no fear of the trade policy direction of U.S. President Donald Trump, particularly tariffs targeting Nigerian exports. President Tinubu made the remarks when he received in audience members of the Buhari organization led by former governor of Nasarawa State, Senator Stanko Al-Makura, who paid him a solidarity visit at the presidential villa in Abuja. The president cited Nigeria's current economy trajectory and growing non-oil revenues as buffers against external shocks. He highlighted Nigeria's strengthened fiscal position, having met its 2025 revenue target as of August, and noted a stabilization in the naira, which has appreciated to around 1,450 naira per dollar from a previous rate of 1,900 naira after he unified the exchange rates upon assuming office in May 2023. President Trump's second item has ushered in sweeping changes to U.S. trade policy, including the imposition of a 10% baseline tariff on nearly all imports alongside country-specific levies. In the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the recall of Mr. Salihu Abdullahi Dembos, the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, who briefly vacated the post following some management changes in the national television. According to statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, Mr. Dembos will now return to complete his 3-year tenure. The President similarly directed the recall of Mr. Ayo Adewuyi, the Executive Director of News, to complete his 3-year tenure, which ends in 2027. Now over to education. Lawmakers in the National Assembly have cautioned the West African Examination Council to tread carefully in its planned introduction of computer-based testing for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination, warning that any glitch in the 2026 rollout could jeopardize the future of millions of Nigerian students. WAEC had earlier given firm assurance that the new computer-based examination would be accessible to students in every part of the country, regardless of location or access to technology. Head of the WAEC National Office, Dr. Amos Dangote, made the pledge in Abuja during a sensitization session organized for members of the National Assembly Committees on Education. He explained that a phased approach was already being implemented, starting with objective questions before expanding to theory and practical components to allow schools and candidates to adapt. Still talking education, holiday lesson, also known as summer lessons, can be referred to as an educational opportunity taken during a school holiday, a lesson focused on travel or cultural experiences, or a structured learning program designed for a holiday period, such as a learning holiday. Correspondent Chidima Ikemede in this report takes a look at the gains and disadvantages of holiday lesson.
In Nigeria, holiday lessons, also known as summer lessons or summer school, have gradually become part of our education a la mode. What started as a simple way for schools and parents to keep children engaged during the long break has now become a familiar practice across many communities. Instead of leaving children idle for weeks, holiday lessons help them revise, catch up on areas they find difficult, and sometimes even get ahead of the regular school calendar. For many parents, this comes as a relief. Holiday lessons keep their children busy in a meaningful way. They sharpen study habits, build confidence, and help prevent the kind of learning loss that often happens when the break is too long. Some children also return to school feeling better prepared because of the extra learning. But not everyone sees it that way. For some families, holiday lessons take away the much-needed time for rest. Children, after a long term of academic stress, barely get a chance to breathe before heading back into the classroom. Instead of playing sports, enjoying hobbies, or spending time with their loved ones, many end up stuck in another round of lessons. It also limits opportunities to travel, to explore new places, or to join holiday camps that will give them valuable life experiences outside of academics. When Aneke TV spoke to some Nigerians about this, the opinions were mixed. Some parents believed the lessons are necessary, while others argue that children should be allowed to balance learning with life outside school.
For me, I think holidays are meant for children to relax, you know, to relax with their brains, relax with their parents, because they've been in school for months, from morning, because most times you see that even after the normal school lessons, there is this lesson that they normally hold till like 4 5 in the evening. Then the next morning, before 7, some have left their home, the parents have left, all in the name of pursuing education. And now holiday is around, yet these kids will never rest.
I will suggest that if our children are about to experience holiday lesson, they should be able to try a different school, not going to lesson in that same school, because the school that they have been may be making mistakes in trying to give them inculcation based on academic calendar and what they call the syllabus. But when they try another school or another lesson center altogether, they should be able to compare what they are having in their conventional school with their experience in the lesson. But there is also another option aside holiday lessons. Holiday is meant for our children to also try skills acquisition. Skills acquisition could be a better alternative to the holiday lessons.
I'm not a fan of holiday lessons. I want my children to explore other areas after school. When they are done with school, I want to engage them with skills acquisition. I want to engage them with traveling, seeing places. But if they must go for lessons, like I know some people attend extra lessons or lessons after during the holiday, then it shouldn't be so much. Give them time to relax.
Everything in life that has an advantage also has a disadvantage. For a balanced academic calendar, teachers, parents, and school managers need to work together. Learning is important, but so is rest, family time, and social growth. If holiday lessons are planned to be shorter and more engaging, children will have time to relax, travel, and grow in other areas of life. At the end of the day, holiday lessons are not entirely good or bad. What matters is finding the right balance. Our children need to be academically strong, but they also need space to grow socially, emotionally, and physically. That balance is what will prepare them not only for school, but for life itself. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Now over to business news. The Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission, NERC, has told electricity distribution companies to treat state regulators with respect. The Vice Chairman of NERC, Mr. Matsuliu Oseni, stated this at the Commission's quarterly stakeholders meeting in Lagos. Mr. Oseni urged the discourse to strengthen their relationship with state regulators, underscoring the need for open communication, transparency, accountability, and mutual respect. Power distributors had repeatedly countered State Regulatory Commission on matters of electricity tariffs, a development that consistently pitched the two groups at opposing ends. Now over to sports. Saudi Women's Premier League outfit Al Hilal have announced the signing of Super Falcons star Asisat Oshoala on a 2-year deal. Oshoala joined Al Hilal from the National Women's Soccer League side, Bay FC, ending her stint with the USA club after 1.5 years. She was unveiled in a series of posts via the club's social media handles after undergoing medicals in Riyadh. She joined Super Falcons teammates Ashley Plumtree and Francisca Ordega in Saudi Arabia. Over to entertainment. Big Brother Niger Season 7 winner Josephina Otabo, popularly known as Fina, has deactivated her Instagram account days after the death of her younger sister, Ruth Otabo. Her handle was no longer accessible, a move that has sparked concerns amongst fans and celebrities. The family had earlier confirmed Ruth's death in a statement. Ruth was involved in an accident on August 13 when a truck linked to Dangote Group crushed her near Auchi Polytechnic, Edo State. To end the news across the country, here are the main points. The federal government has declared Friday public holiday to mark this year's Eid-ul-Maulud. The United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening cooperation with Nigeria in tackling the growing threats of cybercrime and digital insecurity, pledging technical support and intelligence sharing under an ongoing security partnership. We also told you that the National Assembly has cautioned the West African Examination Council to tread carefully in its planned introduction of computer-based testing for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination, warning that any glitch in the 2026 rollout could jeopardize the future of millions of Nigerian students. That ends the news. For breaking news, eyewitness reports, please call 070-3043-7110 or visit our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakauba. Thank you for joining us.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Bishop Ayi, Bishop Ayi, Bishop Ayi. Pope, Pope, Pope. Hey, you know, Bella the Keji, Jọba, Gabila the Joji. Eke na chi me kwa di ni kele ke bi ye ni chi jo ka ga do ba do. Ibeyi, Ibeyi. Eke bo jod, Eke bo jod, Eke bo jod. Ayi kele pa be na ma nu mi go kwa ga gbe de ma lo bo ju jo wo ga na chi ho ma de de. Wo do de ka gbo wo do. Wo ga gbe de mi go no ma sho wo ga. Na ma nu mi go do de ke ma gbo wo mu shi o da wo. Aya gbo abo. Aya gbo abo. Na ma nu mi go amu kwa du di mi no di ekwe yi bo do. Obe ba aya gbo abo. Na ma na amu kwa du di mi ma sho wo. Di di de ekwe yi bo do de. Bo da amu no na bu. Iya, iya. Bo do de ke. Iya. Bo da amu no go ro bu du ke ke bo do de ke. Ayi de de ke je bo do de ke mi go wa ga shi o do bo pa ma sha mi do de ke ti. Dele na ma lo lo ko. Ya ka ka. Wo ele yo baba yi. Wo bu ji be go je ka ka le. Wo la ke de do ku bi de ya do lu bu la bu le je lu ke to wo. Dulo to go lo. Iya. Mo ta mo te mo ku ma tu. Mo na ni de ni ba ku ku. Mo ta ma la ku ko to de ni da ma cho. Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè, ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè, ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè. Iya, ọ gara achọ, ọ dịghị wọrụ ka ọ ga-eje. Ọ dịghị wọrụ ka ọ ga-eje. Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè, ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè. Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè, ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbè. Ije wee gide bụ wii. Wii bụ ọbịrịjere ugwu so. Ebe gburu oworo ugburu jede. N'okere jere ugwu so ebe gburu oworo ugburu jede. Ebe makwala onye uche dịla eji na ụka dọrọ enye ọka bụ. Mwaka mwete wigbo mwasho wa mwaka lobo njujo n'obodo a chi ọmụ ụtụtụ. Nke ije ka na-adị iche. Mwaka mwete wigbo mwasho wa mwaka lobo njujo. Kone tega bere mwasho wa wigbo. Boshimina eje n'ụkwọ banye. Mujanye je n'ụkwọ banye o. Age na-abaya, age na-abaya o. Nwaje gara obodo Ubuchi.
Yes, dear viewer, thanks for joining us on the program The Arena on Aneke Television. My name is Chris Anebo. Welcome you on board. Let's talk today on the show about the continuous voters registration exercise, the CVR, issues and matters. How much do you know about the ongoing voter registration exercise as stipulated by the Electoral Umpire in Nigeria, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC? Are you aware it has started? Who is eligible? What are we supposed to do with it? What is the purpose of this registration exercise. These and more on the matter today on the arena. But we have joining us to do justice to this matter a principal lecturer of the Department of Public Administration at the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, Enugu, in the person of Dr. Emeka Nwanze, who is a regular on this show. You're welcome, Doc. It's good to have you join us, sir. All right, so, Doc, talk to us. The voters registration exercise, though we have the other part of it that says continuous, which means it's a continuous affair. But then let's look at voters registration exercise. Aneke has said, let's do it again. What do you think about it?
It's a welcome development. Like I said before, you will say that the election was rigged without you having participated in an election that you are supposed to participate in. Well, see, continuous voters registration, CVR, what it means is that there has been an already existing registration or existing registration, but there are other forces or factors that can make you to be involved in this current voters registration, which is going to elapse in 30th of August 2026, between now and 2026. So it's an ongoing process. There are so many provisions that have been made by independent electoral commission by if some people by last year are not up to 18. So the only way they could have a voter's card is by joining this process, this continuous voters registration. Some people have lost their voter's card. The only way to replace it is through continuous voters registration. Some are also on transfer. You may want to, when you get to the center where you are supposed to register, you now tell them that you want your voters card to be domiciled in your new area of location. Maybe you are in the northern part of Nigeria or in Kano, Kaduna, and you are now posted to Enugu as a result of your service as a civil servant. The continuous voters registration has a provision for that, where you can now vote in your own constituency. So these are the things that it contains and the reason why it is a continuous process.
So the exercise avails us the opportunity of making ourselves eligible to participate in the electoral process. Well, this is not the first time we are having voters being registered in the country, Nigeria. I wouldn't know, it's an ongoing process. This time around, we want to accommodate persons who didn't turn 18, which is the age for election participation in Nigeria. Some persons who were under 18 before the larger election took place in 2023 is now an opportunity for them to get on board. Doc, but there are issues, associated with the exercise. Right now, do you think that the expected turnout so far,
there are things that
is it encouraging?
That could discourage the potential turnout of voters to come and be involved in continuous voters registration. There are so many things we can discuss. One is disillusionment, post-electoral disillusionment. What do we mean by that? There are certain experience that Nigerians have had when we look at 2 years back, when we just finished voting general election, that some people are disillusioned because they concluded that their votes don't count. They concluded that some of people that are currently in power and occupying corridors of power did not win free and fair. Some concluded that sometimes there is outrage number of voters in constituency where there is overvoting. In consonance with number of voters, the electorates in a particular constituency. So these are the things that could make electorates, not to turn out in a mass to be part of this program. But there is something we are going to say about it as in the course of this
discussion. Now, so it's obvious that turnout in previous, exercises has not really been encouraging as a result of, as you said, disillusionment. People feel disillusioned. People no longer feel they lack the confidence in the whole system. So this time around, what's going to change? Are we expecting change in the level of response by the people? At least to make themselves available for registration. Is that your expectation that people are going to respond?
One of the greatest law that is permanent is law of change. And until we move, nothing changes. What my own expectation, that is my personal expectation, is that Nigerians should not be victims of past experience. Even the Bible says we will continue to sin that grace by that bound. We will continue to live in the past experience so that things will continue to take a kind of the status quo. We should change. And until we change, nothing changes. Now we should change on our mindset. We should change on our voting or political behavior, our voting behavior, our voting orientation and expectations. Because if you have voters card first, you have done your legitimate duty as a bona fide citizen, which is constitutionally a kind of what do I call it, legitimate, that as a bona fide citizen of a country, you have the right to vote and to be voted for. And the only ingredients that qualifies you for voting is your voter's card. And if you don't have voter's card, like I said, I repeat, you will not lay claim to election that you didn't vote, that it was rigged. It is when you have voted, defend your vote, that you will now say that this election I voted and it was rigged. But if you didn't participate in your legitimate right as a citizen by voting, you won't say that election was rigged. Now, it is when we change our mindset, the previous experience may not reoccur. I want to tell you that many Nigerians are coming out because of the hardship we have experienced, because of what is concurrently going in the country, that we don't need to tell anybody or make an advertisement that you should have a voter's card. Why? Because people are now beginning to see that credibility counts in terms of who gets what, when and how, in terms of who occupies political offices. Because people are beginning to interview people, and the researches that we are doing on ground says that people will now say, I have heard people say from the northern extraction that in the next election I'm going to vote for a credible person, not minding their extractions. Because one of the things that have killed Nigerian political landscape and political behavior and culture is participating politics in parochial interests and ethnic interests, and saying this person is from east, from south, from west. Though there is what we call zoning formula by either the constitution or mainly by political parties. But that notwithstanding, I believe that despite the zoning by political parties, like what is on ground now is that PDP has zoned the presidency of 2027 to south. Now, within that paraphernalia of zoning to the south, they are still the best, first among the best, or the first among equals. We look at it and vote to that person. And the only rightful tool where you can exercise such thing, or where you can expedite a change. Like you are saying that the APC current government has failed, how do you address their failure? It's by voting them out. And how do you vote? You must have what? Voters card. Just like somebody dreaming of becoming a vice chancellor of university. If you are not a professor, that dream can never come to reality. You want to be a medical doctor, you have to first start by reading science courses, biology, chemistry, physics, and you must have to write down. So the only modus operandi under which you enter university is that you have written down. Then they will now begin to talk. What did you score? Did you meet up with the score, the cutoff mark? If you don't have voters card, you are far from democratic participation. You are far from political participation. You are far from being a good citizen of your country. You are far from even discussing that things are not working the way that things are. If everybody should be disillusioned and a kind of go into cocoon, political cocoon. Then when those who have done what they have done, they will succeed in doing it repeatedly. But if everybody are conscious of the fact that my vote can change, the change, my vote can vote someone out. There is a way you may want to manipulate the electoral outcome. You see that it is not possible. When everybody is conscious of the fact that I need this vote and my vote is my power, then everybody will also vote and defend the vote. And if everybody is talking simultaneously, then I participate and look at the party that I voted, and this party that you are pronouncing that won did not win. Based on this, look at the statistics on ground, look at what is on ground, then you have a case. But if everybody will say, let them do it, after all, I have heard some people say they have concluded the 2027 election. It is a wrong mindset. You don't conclude without conclusion. It is a wrong mindset that you don't have to allow those things, the game, to be played the way it has been played. The only way you can change the game, you change the formula, is by having a voter's card. So I encourage people, Nigerians, the youth, the adults, that have not been in the process of having a voter's card, or that have been disillusioned, maybe because of careless, lackadaisical attitude, they have lost their voter's card, they have lost it, they don't even know where they are, they kept it. I equally want to tell the government of the day, if they don't have ulterior motive for 2027 election, to come up with something that is serious. I am a civil servant. There could be a law placed, even your children, even bankers, if you want to withdraw money, apart from BVN and other things that grant, can we see your voter's card? Can we see your voter's card before we register your children, your ward, in a particular school? And this thing, they will make it important so that every Nigerian will see it as also an important tool to expedite changes politically.
Wow, Dr. McCanwanze, I must have to say that that's a very beautiful presentation from you. Let me make that confession. Now, part of what we begin to identify as part of the problem is also the issue of poor level of awareness creation. Yes, we understand the issue around the citizenry no longer having confidence on the electoral system. Well, due to past previous experiences on the outcome of the processes that we begin to see coming from elections. But then, apart from that disillusionment, lack of trust and confidence, the issue of poor awareness creation, poor enlightenment, because now we are dealing with a crop of Nigerians who just got, matured by age, okay, to be eligible for registration. Do you think that the authorities, especially the INEC, saddle this responsibility of, handling our electoral system as the electoral umpire, that they've done enough to actually sensitize and create much awareness for the people?
Before addressing the questions, I want you to also know that African Democratic Congress is already pointing at INEC.
That's the ADC?
Yes, it's already pointing at INEC to have what we call transparency in the ongoing but continuous voters registration. And how to do it is the sole responsibility of independent National Electoral Commission, otherwise known as INEC, to create voters awareness, to create enlightenment campaign, to go into the media, both social media, media of mass communication, like what we are doing now is part of the awareness. They should do it, seize all the media, and propagate that this thing is going on, where you can go to register or be involved in continuous voters registration. There's various centers, you can do it online. Look at the methodology of doing it online with your phone. You can, if you don't have a phone that is smart, you can go to various centers. Look at the designated centers for continuous voters registration. The awareness is part of it. It's part of it because if you are not informed, you are deformed. And if you are deformed, you can't perform. So that is why even God started by communication, and that communication is what he used in kind of creating this world and the rest of it. So that awareness is part of it. Now I want to also beg the government of the day to also empower INEC to also use, I know Enugu states have what they call political enlightenment unit.
Yes.
It's a unit in government house. They should use local government.
Within the media, the press corps.
That are not aware. Like Enugu State is made up of 17 local government. You move to those local government and begin to tell them, even if you use old medium like town criers, you go around the village, do their old method of communication so that people in the village, people that are in the remote area would also know that there is an ongoing voter registration process, that this is where they could go and get, registered, or because this is part of this program is you can update your profile. You can update it if you have registered before. If you are not, if you're underage by years and you are now in the age to participate in the electoral process, you can register. These are the things. Most importantly, awareness is the key.
It's key
to everything that we want the society to know about.
All right, we'll go on a quick short break, but then when we return, we want to also find out if the low level of enlightenment, sensitization, awareness creation is a deliberate act. We're going to see all of that, or is it just mere lapses and challenges? So stay with us, dear viewer. We'll be back after this time out. Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. All right, dear viewer, good to return with you to the program, The Arena, where we are looking at the ongoing continuous voters registration exercise that has just begun across the Federation, where Aneke is providing the opportunity, to get younger persons eligible to come on board, to make them eligible to participate in future elections. Because if you are not up to 18 years in Nigeria, then you're not eligible, you're not qualified to participate. So it's an opportunity for people who just turned 18 after 2023 general elections to come on board and join the electoral process. And also, as our guest, Dr. Wanze, has made us to understand that it's equally an opportunity for one to, get your profile updated, just in case you want to relocate your previous, if you had relocated from your previous environment to another location, or you intend to before the next coming elections. This is equally an opportunity for you to do all of that through the registration process. But Dr. Emeka Wanze, the low level of enlightenment, INEC has been around. Yes, we know it has been transformed from one electoral body to the other. The days of FEDECO was there. The day of what do we call it before it finally became INEC. NEC. Now is INEC. But then this is supposed to be something that we know has become a tradition. The low level of awareness campaign, creation, sensitization for the people, it's not beginning to look like we are still not, we've not sat up from where we left off, from the previous. This is something that we know will certainly happen. So how come it's beginning to look like we are testing new waters again? Is it not supposed to be familiar terrain? What is going on with the media campaign and sensitization? Is it an intentional act, or is it still just laxity on the part of the electoral umpire?
I wouldn't want to blame holistically the electoral umpire on the basis of lack of awareness or lack of enlightenment campaign. I would want to also encourage citizens. Citizens have the right to be involved in political enlightenment programs. Political parties is also their duty. Political parties is their duty more than INEC, because INEC is a statutory organ to conduct elections. Then they conduct election that's supposed to be free and fair. But it is only on political party who will always participate in this election through having a party flag bearer to enlighten the electorate. Because it is electorate that will give them votes for them to come out victorious, not INEC. What electorates are voting is political parties, not INEC. So INEC is like who is providing the logistics, is providing all that things. So also, if we blame INEC for not being politically aware, we should also tell political parties to also come up and wake up from their slumbers. The citizens of this country should also participate in enlightenment program. The churches have a great deal to do. If the churches in Nigeria are in every Sunday tells their congregation about the need for every church member to have voters card, to be aware politically, to be participating in politics. I tell you the truth, there is going to be a very massive turnout in a geometrical progression about political awareness in this country, about voting strength in this country, because these are the avenues, these are opinion molders, these are opinion pullers. Once they talk to their, the followers about this, and that is why even not just churches, even in the Muslim arena, they can talk to their worshippers that everybody should have voters card, not just holistically for INEC. It is everybody's business this time around. Because let me shock you, if people fold their hands and are not politically aware, are not participating in the politics, the ripple effect that they will be ruled by the people which they never voted for. That is the consequence. You will be ruled by the people that you never voted for. So for you not to be ruled by the people that you never voted for, we should endeavor to vote for them. We should endeavor to vote for the candidates of our choice. Let it now be that maybe the Independent National Electoral Commission did not do their own, but let us do our own. Because if you are waiting for all the traffic lights to be green before you start coming out from your house, you have not. Then that day you don't want to make a move. You must come out. If on coming to the traffic light it says wait, you wait. If the green light shows, you go. So what I'm saying is that every Nigerian, if it is even possible, those that are abroad, that they will be participating in this ongoing registration to have voters card, to vote from where they are outside the country. That will be very sumptuous. So that together, everybody will achieve much. Together, everybody of us will achieve a good success. Not just staying in your closest, at your comfortable zones and saying that things are not done well in this country. It is you and I that will change the change.
That will change the change. I'm talking about the people in diaspora, which you just hinted now. Don't you think, Doc, that our political system has gotten so ripened and so matured enough for us to be able to accommodate our brothers and sisters, Nigerians, who are not domiciled in Nigeria? If we're able to say, okay, those who have turned 18 after 2023, it's now time for you to come on board the registration. If you are relocating from your previous environment to a new one, come and update your profile. Why aren't we looking at getting our brothers and sisters who are outside this country on board so that they get registered and be able to cast their votes as well from their location elsewhere abroad?
Part of the electoral reform is what they call diaspora voting. People abroad can vote. We have over 30% of Nigerians that are living outside this country. You know what it means? If they can also participate by way of participating in voting, things are going to change. It is going to be a healthy and a welcome development. It's going to be a step in the right direction. I tell you the truth. It's going to be the implementation of this and their participation on that. The things will change. And also, those Nigerians that are not domiciled outside the country, that are not in diaspora, some of us, more than 60% on the day of election, don't vote. It's wrong. It's very, very wrong. So we'll be sleeping until that day. They'll be waiting to tune on the radio or television to looking for or to hear who have won when you didn't participate. They will be looking at this paper. Say, these are wrong. That day, a single day set aside for voting is not too much for Nigerians to come out, even if it means queuing under the sun. Queue. Even if it means that there is under the rain, queue under the rain and in the sun when we were doing our
national youth service.
We sing it. And if we sing it, we should also be part of that thing. We should be aware. We should participate. Because the countries that most of us are taking at least to, or we are trying to look at their currency and use it to judge our currency that is devalued. It's human beings that make such things, such policies, such decisions at a particular time, and their country is relatively good. So I encourage Nigerians to also follow suit by being politically aware, by being politically conscious. It's not just that politics is a dirty game. If politics is a dirty game and it is meant for us to sanitize it, it won't be every day dirty game. And the only way to sanitize the policy and the polity is by our political awareness, by political participation, by having one man, one voter's card.
It's obvious that the registration exercise is a way of, becoming politically aware. Is a way of, participating politically. Yes, of course, we understand. But let's look at the past now. The 2023 general elections. We saw where INEC told us that we had over 90 million registered Nigerians who got registered for the elections. About 93 million Nigerians registered to participate in the 2023 general elections, according to INEC records. But then at the end of the day, when you sum up the entire votes by the various political parties at the presidential elections, it's a total, disappointment, because the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the current president, under APC scored 8 million votes. The second runner-up, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, got 6-point-something million votes. Peter Obi of the Labour Party got another 6-point-something million votes, while Kwankwaso of the NNPP got about 1-point-something million votes. At the end of the day, Dr. Wanze, if you sum all of these votes together, 8-point-something million, 6 there is going to give you, I think that's 12. You add it to 8 and to 1 million. We are looking at grossly under 30 million votes in all. So that at the end of the day, where is the deficit, the other balance between 30 million to 93 million? Where are they? So, I don't know. Do you really think that this voters registration exercise is something that we should actually spend so much that we are budgeted for now? Because Nigeria is going to spend huge sums of money, conducting this exercise. Is it worth it in the first place?
The truth is this. Some of those data could be that there could be area of manipulation in data. That one is obvious. Like in Osun State, within 1 week, they are recording 3-point-something thousand voters, which is outrageous. So what we are saying is that INEC could be right, and at the same time, they could be wrong in the data that they have on ground. But then, if it is 90 million, it is possible that people could vote and at the same time be apathetic. Apathetic in the sense that day they will not make use of their voters card.
So they could have registered without coming to participate in the voting.
Yeah, the essence of having a voters card is for you to participate in an election day. So if you have a voters card and you are not making use of it, it's invalidated. It's of no use. If you have a voters card, please, the day of election, go and vote. And it is when you vote that you could have boldness and audacity to say that you share your experience on the voting day and say other things that the government could use if they want to expedite change, which I believe that this change we are looking for will come 2027.
Well, that's a prophetic statement, and that's certainly a good place to lead the discussion this day on the arena. Yes, of course, go and get registered if you've not registered before. But if you've registered before, please kindly do not do double registration. It's an offense. But if you intend to relocate your environment, then maybe you could just utilize this opportunity. Just go get your voter's card, register, and then get ready for the elections. As Doc said, the change we desire will come, certainly, in the next coming elections. Until then, we keep monitoring what INEC is doing with the registration. We keep monitoring the level of response by the people, and we'll keep bringing you the updates on Aneke TV. My name is Chris Animogo. Bye for now. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.